And we are live. And we're live just in time to see some membership renewals. Joshua Lugo, welcome back. All right, can everybody see me and can everybody hear me? I am getting encoding overloaded from my OBS, but that's not terribly surprising because I pretty much always do when I stream on YouTube. So I don't know how the stream looks or sounds. Okay, cool. All right. Looking good, everybody. So we're about to get underway here with the number one pick. I'm live a little bit early. The first pick always takes a while, but then we get moving. Thank you, Trevor. So the Eagles have actually acquired a bonus pick from the Cardinals, basically to keep the Cardinals from getting in trouble over the tampering they did on Jonathan Gannon. So the Eagles are really trying to amass as much ammunition as possible to move up, probably to 3. That seems like that's what's going on here. Hydro, I mean, I have probably a little bit of a delay. Wait a minute. I just realized something. The chat isn't working. The heck? No, we can't stream together on these. Okay, why is the stream chat not working? Well, the good news is that means I don't have to worry about people spoiling on the video. No, guys, look at the video. This chat is not working on the video. It's working in YouTube. Huh. Well, that's unfortunate. But here's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to get rid of it. It's not a good idea to have it anyway, honestly. No, I'll be able to see super chats, Austin. That part's fine. It's just the chat won't show up on the computer. I'm sorry, on the video. But that's not the end of the world. But it's weird that it's not working. No, I made player tiers. So we'll be switching back and forth between this screen and this screen. And this screen's going to be the tiers. You guys can see it? You guys can see the tiers? I think it changes depending on how deep the pick is. Carter and Murphy would be pretty OP. Hey, Big Patty, how you doing? I have Bryce Young in like the mid to late first round tier. We're never gonna see him because he's gonna get taken very early before he ever comes on screen. Seems like everyone's saying it's gonna be Bryce Young. Seahawks are actively exploring a trade down. I have heard that, yeah. Apparently, it all hinges on what Houston does. So a lot of people are saying Bryce Young's going to be the number one pick. Seems very likely to me. Not surprising. Yeah, I'll talk about that soon, Kyle. I want to give people time to gather up. Okay, Roger Goodell's coming out. He's getting booed. Thank you, Grandy, sir. Yeah, Renown. No BCE, I don't. Deb Dog, thank you for the 4.99. All those Denver games, all that stress for this moment, go Hawks. Yeah. That is indeed the case, man. This may never happen again. Who is Eric Stone Street? Minor celebrity? Not familiar with him. I think the Cardinals will trade down. I just don't know to who. Anderson and Cansey. Anderson and Cansey all day. I like Cansey more than most. Oh, Modern. I never watched Modern Family. Yeah, that's not even hard. Anderson and Cansey. All right. Oh, Travis Kelce. What's up, my man? Will Shields was cool. Who's she? Okay, Carolina Panthers officially on the clock. They have 10 minutes. They shouldn't need more than one. How's everyone feeling? Yeah, Carson. People who spoil, you may get kicked, you may get banned, you may get timed out. Just be aware. If you spoil picks before I announce them, you are liable to get into trouble. And I don't want to hear anybody crying about it later, like, oh, I didn't know, blah, 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 blah. No, you know. I just told you. That's how I know that you know. Richardson would be okay. I wouldn't love it, but I wouldn't hate it. I would just be like, this is terrifying. I hope it works. Yeah, people who spoil in the chat, just be aware. You can get in trouble for it. And I don't want to hear anybody crying about it later. We have 10 picks, I think. Yeah, we have 10. If Hendon Hooker goes at 5, that might get me to turn the stream off early. You guys want to see me... Pick is not in yet, no. Yes, Matt Glover, we're going to do that after. Yeah, if we get Hendon Hooker at 5, that's like I take up drinking for the first time in my life. Sam's leaked who the Panthers are picking. Oh, that's funny. See, they should stop doing that. Stop posting the picks on Twitter beforehand. Okay, they're hyping up Bryce Young. A lot of anticipation he'll be the pick. Thank you, Snacks. Appreciate it. Possibly, Robert. Okay, we have a $2 anonymous tip. Thank you. Would you be happy with the first three picks being Carter, Nolan Smith, and Ringo? That'd be pretty good. I don't love Nolan Smith, but I would take him at 20 and feel pretty decent about that. He is a big time project. I say 3 minutes, 50 seconds. Anything from the clues? I don't bother with that stuff, man. I'm not convinced they know what they're doing with it. They do random stuff and then people black swan it after the fact. 3:35. I would be super excited to get Cansey at 20. Pick is in. Pick is in. Pick is in. Pick is in. The pick is in. The pick is in. And by the way, I know a lot of you guys already know what the pick is, and that's fine. That doesn't mean you need to say it. We can still pretend that we don't know. Bryce Young does not have eyes on the back of his head. Stop saying that. If he had eyes on the back of his head, he'd get studied in the laboratory. Stop being so. Come on, Roger. Here's the pick. Yep, Bryce Young. All right, Bryce Young. Okay, Houston. This is where the draft pivots. This is where the draft pivots, people. Houston could do many different things, and what they do will affect everything all the way down. Okay, Grand is there. I understand people get excited, but you can get excited and still control yourself enough to not type a bunch of stuff in chat that's going to ruin the experience for other people. You have a right to be excited. You do not have a right to ruin the draft experience for other people. Okay. So Bryce Young, for whatever it's worth, was 21st on my big board. He comes off. Not a big fan. Houston takes Stroud. I'm going to hold to that. I'm on ESPN. Vikings trade up. How high did they trade up? They didn't trade up to 2, did they? They'd have to give up a lot to get up that high. All right, guys. The draft is now underway. Houston's on the clock any second now, and we have over 500 people in stream. So let's go through the rigmarole. Thank you, everybody, for coming out to the stream today to watch the 2023 NFL Draft with me. We're going to have a lot of fun today. It's going to take approximately 4 hours to get through the entire first round. Seahawks picked twice at 5 and at 20. So, great opportunity here to improve the team dramatically. So, I'm going to be streaming the whole time. If I have to leave momentarily, I'll put up the Be Right Back screen. But hopefully I'm able to be here for the entire 4 hours of the first round of the 2023 NFL Draft. So, by the way, Houston's on the clock, 5 minutes, 20 seconds. I will be covering the 2023 NFL Draft, every pick, obviously a focus on the effect that everything has on the Seahawks, but talking about everything that happens. I will be responding to comments in the chat as much as I can, but understand there are over 500 people in here, and I am also trying to focus on covering the draft as good as I can, so I'm not going to be able to address every comment. Please don't take it personally. So I will be doing my best to balance covering the draft and addressing chat. Oh, Houston Texans pick is in, by the way. So let's put a little bit of a hold on it. I'll get back to my rigmarole in a second here, but Houston's on the clock. We're about to learn something very... They made that pick quick, by the way. Wow, Bryce Young is the first Alabama player to be drafted 1 overall. That's kind of weird. All right, Houston, what you got? Highest drafted quarterback. Okay. So who was the other Alabama player that went number 1 overall? If it's a QB, we could get Anderson. Yeah, possibly. Can you post the drafts on screen? I have them on screen. Look at the bottom. Look at the bottom. Look to my left. I have Bryce Young as the last pick. Current pick is Houston. Anthony Richardson could be like better. No, I think he'll be better than Lamar if he realizes his full potential, but he might also not. Like right now, he sucks. Harry Gilmer. Man, that must have been a while ago. I don't know who that is. No, no spoiling picks early in chat. Here's what I'll say. You can spoil trades. If there's a trade in the draft, you can spoil it. If there's a trade in the draft, you can spoil it because the trades don't really get announced. So if there's a trade and you know of it before anyone else, you can spoil that. I don't care about that. Because the trades don't get announced. So basically trades are just a race to figure out who knows the trade first. However, spoiling picks, we're not doing that. 1948. Okay. Yeah, I know the Arizona trade. Okay, here we go. Good L. DJ Stroud. EJ Stroud. Parabellum. CJ Stroud. I think he'll be good. I do. And he's coming off the big board, everybody. He's coming off the big board. He was my number 3. No more. Yep, it was a smoke screen. Okay, so anyway, that's basically the plan for the rest of the day. Now, if you want to support, if you like what I do and you want to support it, there are many ways you can do so. Partially, you can do it by just hanging out here. You can just be participating in the stream. That helps a lot. You can like the stream. We currently have just over 100 likes, and there are 565 people in here. So, if you could please give the stream a like, I would appreciate that. Let's try to get it up as high as we can. We'll be here for 4 hours. Should be able to get it up to a few hundred, but it all starts with a single click on your part. And if you want to go above and beyond that, there are many ways you can support more directly. Financially, you can support via Super Chat. Click on the $ in the chat window, and then do a Super Chat or Super Sticker if you want to directly donate to me. You can also tip. If you click the link in the stream description or do exclamation point tip in the chat, the tip link will come up. You can tip through there. And also, I have a Patreon now. I have a Patreon. If you click on the link in the description or do exclamation point Patreon in the chat, you will get to see the Patreon link. You can go there, subscribe, pledges of $10 a month or more, gain access to special perks. You can also become a channel member. For $2, $5, or $15 a month. $15 members become eligible to receive bonus content as well, same as $10 or more Patreons. And I think that's probably about it. Okay. Grandy, sir, I don't know what you mean by that, but no, you can't post spoilers just because. Okay. Freak out on your own time. It's okay. But no, I'm not going to let people post spoilers in the chat. Anyway, if you look over to the left side of the screen, you can see that we have a sub goal and member goal for the month. Sub goal is about 434 subs away. Have a chance to do it. Members, we need 20. We need to add 23 members, and we also have a tracker for super chats and tips. But understand that super chats and there's no goal, so I'm not expecting to hit any particular amount. I just set it at an amount that's high, and then it just shows us how many we have. Oh, I think Stroud's awesome. I'm a big fan of Stroud. I think he'll be a really good pro. 2 minutes, 30 seconds for the Cardinals. Whoa! Houston traded up to 3. Houston traded back up. They traded their 12 to trade back up. So, I mean, they're obviously not going to move up to take a quarterback. What are they doing? Wow, wild. So, probably taking Will Anderson, I guess. Probably taking Anderson. ESPN's not putting the trade up. Yeah, Houston is now picking back to back. Or Tyree. Tyree's, I guess, the other possibility. I guess Tyree. Yep, Cardinals trade pick to Texans. It's official. And Houston is on the clock. What did they give up, I wonder? That's a big trade up going from 12 to 3. That's what the Niners did for Trey Lance. Oh, yeah, it's definitely happened, Scotty Mac. I think the Browns did it one time. I'm interested to see what the trade is. That might not have been enough, new guys. Just next year's first. They might have needed to do better than that. Well, Houston seems really excited. Wow, you want to talk about having your cake and eating it too. But here's the thing, the Texans suck. Why won't they should want to keep their pick next year? I'm not excited about that. I don't want the Cardinals to get Houston's picks. Hey, Tyree Wilson will get to stay in state. Yeah, Cardinals can get Paris Johnson Jr. now and have it be reasonable. Very true. The first round this year. Wow, that's an. It better be more than that. Cardinals get. I can't read what you guys are saying. People are copying and pasting the trade in chat, and I'm confused. Okay, here we go. Will Anderson. Stupid. Indy on the clock. And they've got two quarterbacks to pick from. Okay, so what is the trade? Number 3 and 105 to the Texans for 12.33. That doesn't actually seem that bad to me for the. That doesn't seem that bad to me for the Texans. Only one future first? Although it is this year's second. Okay, actually. Okay, that's actually not so. Okay. I'm not loving that. I'm just going to say that. I'm not loving it. And down goes my number 1 player. Jalen Carter bumped up to number 1. Will Anderson Jr. off the board. I said the Cardinals did decently. What an interesting wrinkle. Very rare you see a team trade up that high for a defensive player. Very rare you see that. Usually teams only trade up that high for a quarterback. Okay, I think Levis goes here. I think Houston did very well for themselves. Personally, I really like the players that Houston got. Props to Houston. Indy's on the clock, 5:15. No, I like. Well, Robert, it doesn't make sense for me for us to get Levis, but I like the player a lot, so I'd be torn. Tim Cole, thank you for the $10 super chat. Thanks, Brendan, and thank you, Tim. Appreciate that. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Super chats and tips at particular levels will spawn special GIFs, and I added a couple new ones before the draft. I added two Metcalf ones, and I added a special one for a donation of $50 or more. Any donation of $50 or more, super chat or tip. For some reason, YouTube is saying I got 2 donations of $10 from Tim Cole, but I only see one. Huh. I don't see the other. Okay. Jordan, thank you for the $5 super chat. I'm fine with QB seeing how deep D-line and edge is in this draft. It just depends on the quarter. Although at this, I actually would be okay with both quarterbacks left just for very different reasons. Indy pick is in. Indy pick is in. Indy pick is in. No spoilers, guys. The other tip was a spoiler and got banned. No, I would see that too. No. I think it's a glitch. I think it's just a YouTube glitch. I mean, honestly, at this point, if we do not take Jalen Carter, assuming the Colts take Richardson, which some people are saying they will, that must mean we saw something with him that we really didn't like. That's all you can really say. We must have seen something in the interview, something in his past, something in the background check that we really didn't like, because there's really nothing else you could do here that most people would view as being appropriate, you know? Yeah, exactly, David. If we trade down, we don't like him. That's all that can be said. And I'm willing to roll with that, honestly. I really am. Okay. Colts, here comes the pick. Anthony Richardson. Okay, he comes off the big board. All right, guys. Just a reminder, if you spoil the pick in chat, you will probably get banned. Okay, we're here now. So, there's Jalen Carter. There is Levis, who I still think is one of the best picks in this draft. Christian Gonzalez, I think, is perfectly worthy of being picked at 5, and I think he'll go 6 if he doesn't go 5. There's Cansey at 6. DJ Lane 50. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Appreciate it. Cansey would be okay. Skoronsky, Tyree. I don't think there's really anybody else on the table unless it's like Bijan. Like Bijan's the only other guy. Seattle getting a bunch of calls for pick 5. Not surprising. I'm not against a trade down. I'm not. If we saw something with Carter that we really didn't like, I think trading down makes all the sense in the world. If we took Cansey here, I wouldn't even be upset. Not at all. By the way, is Rob Stanton streaming right now? Because he's got his nuts on the table right this very moment. Because it makes a lot of sense for us to draft Jalen Carter. And he has gone on record saying he has inside information that we're not taking Carter ever. So I don't know if Rob is streaming at the moment, but this is a big moment for his streaming career. Okay, recap stream. All right. 5 minutes left. Or yeah, 5 minutes now. I haven't heard anything about a trade down yet. I'm surprised that the Colts didn't go Levis, but I don't mind it. Yeah, people sleep on Christian Gonzalez, man. NFL comp for Anthony Richardson, Donovan McNabb. That's not great. A trade for Josh Jacobs? Not really that interested. Johnny Utah, thank you for the membership. Welcome to Elite Membership, Johnny Utah. Big fan. 345. What is he timing out over, man, in a pit? 330. Seahawks mulling over moving down. I mean, I didn't need anybody to tell me that. All right, here we go. ED Cat Lover 3, thank you for the $10 super chat. What is your pick? Thanks for doing this. I'll do Carter, I guess, but there's a lot of information I don't know. I want to do Carter, Gonzalez, or trade back, I think. That's how I feel. But thank you, DD Cat Lover 3. $222. Every team gets calls to trade down, though. If it's Hendon Hooker, I'm going to be very, very sad. I'll leave it at that. I'm not going to say anything else. I'm going to be very, very annoyed. That's really all I can say about it. 143. Somebody would probably trade up for Levis, right? So if we trade down, do we assume that we wanted Anderson? That actually seems pretty logical to me. There are a couple picks that we could make. 1 minute. 1 minute. Pick is in. We're not trading. Pick is in. Pick is in. Pick is in. Okay. All right, guys. We're up at number 5. The pick is in. We are not trading. It has been made official. There was an implication that we wanted to trade down, but maybe we didn't get the right trade. Maybe we couldn't get the right offer on the table, so we are making the pick. Chat is off the stream right now, mostly because I couldn't get it to work, but also because people are probably going to spoil it inadvertently, and I don't want it on the video. But the draft so far has gone pretty chalky. Richardson going 4 was a little bit of a surprise, I think, and maybe influenced the Seahawks' decision here at 5 because there is reason to believe that we really liked Richardson and would have taken him at 5. I don't know if it's true or not, but it seems very possible. So other than that, I'm not surprised Anderson went before our pick, but I was very surprised with how it went down. And it was a little disappointing because there's a slightly alternate universe where the Titans trade up and get Levis or Richardson at 3, and then it just goes QB, 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 and then we're looking at our choice of all the non-QBs at number 5. But let's go with it. So, just watching these commercials, waiting for us to come back. Looks like our pick is in. So, what are we going to do at number 5? Carter's still on the board. Still could go Levis, although that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Christian Gonzalez, I think, would be a great pick, personally. Cansey would be serviceable. So those are my main 4 guys here. If it's anybody else, I'm going to be a little put out. But there are some guys who would be okay, like Skoronski, Tyree Wilson. I don't even know if I could totally bring myself to be mad about Bijan as much as I do think that would probably be suboptimal. But we already know we're using the pick. We are using the pick. We already know that. So, what are we going to do at number 5? By the way, a lot of you guys are about to get banned when I'm done with this. Devin Witherspoon. Wow. Huh. Devon Witherspoon. Okay, so clearly we didn't like our meeting with Jalen Carter very much, and I guess that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. I said before, I say it again. I'm not too wrapped up in that. I'm not one of these Jalen Carter or bust people. But I gotta say, Devon Witherspoon, little on the smaller side, might not be able to play outside in the NFL. I talked about all this stuff in the video I made about him. I thought he was definitely worth a first-round pick. I don't dislike him, but he's also a man corner. Are we going to play a lot of man defense this year? I think the pick is okay if we're going to play a lot of man defense this year, but I don't really like it so much if we're going to play zone. If we're going to continue to stick in the Pete Carroll cover 3 zone, I think it's a bad pick because he hasn't really proven he can do that stuff yet. So, I don't know. I don't hate it, but I can't say that I like it. This was a path I didn't think we were going to take. I like the fact that we were willing to take a cornerback at 5. That proves that we're an open-minded team in some regard. But this is an interesting fit, right? This is definitely going to force us to hopefully play more man defense. This is definitely going to force us to look at things a little bit differently. But if we take Witherspoon at 5 now and we go into next season and we're playing zone defense, that's really going to confuse me. So, yeah, not crazy about it. He was not on my board on the screen yet. But Seahawks draft Devon Witherspoon, number 5 overall. And that is our top selection. Okay. So, that was the pick that I definitely wasn't in love with here. I did have him in my top 20. I would have had him higher if I was being a little more objective, I think, because he is really, really phenomenal as a man corner, but we don't run man. So anyway, Witherspoon off the board. He was in my gold tier. Um, I'll throw him up on the board. So I don't know. I don't know about that one, guys. Okay, here we go with the Detroit Lions. Interesting. I like Christian more too, but this is a better pick if we're going to run zone, I guess. But I wish I had more faith that we were going to do that. Arizona traded up to 6? Arizona traded up to 6. Cesar Castillo, thank you for the 4.99. So disappointed. I'm put out too. So people are saying that Arizona traded up to 6. Are they going to get Carter now? Oh, interesting. Very interesting. Not sure what to say about that. Yeah, we didn't like Carter, and I want to be clear again. I got no problem with that, but I'm still surprised in this situation you didn't find another way to do things than Witherspoon. He is a good player. Awkward fit, in my estimation. So yeah, Rob actually got it right. We did not like Carter, clearly, because the path was clear for us to take him, and we didn't. Man, teams are not giving up the ghost for trading up and for trading down for trading up anymore. In the old days, you had to give up the whole farm. Brendan M, thank you for the member message for 13 months. I'm flabbergasted. I'm not completely shocked, but it's not really the route that I wanted to go. What didn't they like about Carter? Maybe his interview went bad. Maybe his off field stuff's a big deal. Maybe they saw something when they did a background check on him that they really just didn't care for. That's all reasonable, guys, and there's no way for us to know anything about that. I think we could have done better than Witherspoon, but I got no problem with them maybe saying, Carter is not the guy that we want. Robert Henry, thank you for the 4.99. Man, John and Pete breaks our hearts too much. Anticipation to heartbreak. Mm. I'm not heartbroken. This guy's got to be Sauce Gardner. Okay, so it looks like Arizona's on the clock. I think I'm behind on some donations, guys, so sorry about that. I just had to do a whole bunch of stuff. I'm surprised. I'm interested. Wow, the Cardinals barely gave up anything. That's a really good trade up. Man, you can't trade back for Jack anymore. $sign Sully, thank you for the 220 Canadian. Okay. Okay is a pretty good way to put it, honestly. I mean, okay is a pretty good way to put it. How's Hawks Nest taking it, by the way? I haven't checked in on him. He's not that undersized. He might need to add a little bit of weight. Okay, here comes the Cardinals pick. Wow, they traded up for Paris. Wow, what is going on with Jalen Carter? He must have not done well in these interviews, guys. I don't know what else to tell you. Carter at 20, maybe. Carter's not getting past 10. Okay, Raiders on the clock. Nolan R. Vance, thank you for the member message. Similar response, underwhelmed. Yeah, I think that's fair. Oh, yeah, the secondary is going to be great. There's no doubt about that. Carter's not getting past 10, guys. Like, I think you could have not gotten Carter and done better than Witherspoon, but I do agree with the people in the comments who are like, you guys got to understand there's some stuff going on with Carter here that you people probably don't fully understand. I do agree with that. Like, I think this is a circumstance here where I just have to defer to what John and Pete experienced talking with him. And the fact that the Cardinals traded up to take Paris Johnson frickin' Jr. instead of Jalen Carter is also, I think, pretty telling. Thank you, Renown. I hit 1K like 2.5 years ago, though. Jalen Carter is not generational, Stephen Hubbs. He's close, but he's not. What does this mean for Kobe Bryant? Maybe he ends up at safety. Yeah, Lions probably, a lot of people thought Witherspoon was going to go to the Lions. So don't misunderstand here. We did not just spend a teens pick on a. We did not get a teens player at number 5. This was a guy who was going to go 6 if he didn't go 5. But that doesn't change the fact that I like Christian Gonzalez a little bit more. Better not end up being a slot full time. If he ends up a slot full time, that's kind of a disaster. But slot full time, that's a mess. I think he will end up playing on the outside and he'll be fine. I mean, DJ Reed played outside. Great. I could see us trading down if Carter drops to 10. How are those things connected? Witherspoon a better fit than Gonzalez? I think it's the opposite. I think unless we're going to run man a lot this year, which, hey, if we're going to do that, I'm not going to complain about it, of course. Oh, and by the way, we have over 1,000 people in chat. which is awesome, which has never happened before. So thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. Please hit the like button on your way out. Big Patty Daddy, thank you for the $2 super chat. Give me the Witherspoon breakdown. Okay. Here's what I wrote down on him. Give me 1 second, guys. Okay, Witherspoon, Illinois, going to be 22 years old when the season starts. He's just shy of 6 feet tall, 181 pounds, 31 and a quarter inch arms. So we officially don't really care about how long your arms are now. By the way, 8 and 7/8 inch hands. Was in the top 16 of every big board, and if you exclude the draft network, he was actually in the top 11. So the value of the pick is reasonable. The mock draft database, I think, had him 8th overall. Last 2 years, he's played in 22 games, 93 tackles, including 10.5 for loss. Had 3 interceptions last year and 14 passes defensed. Had a best PFF coverage grade in the league, 92.5. Let's see here. He hits like a truck. He's great in man coverage. He's a very physical defender, great tackler, very aggressive at the point of catch to make a play on the ball. He's a ball hawk for sure. Still relatively new to the position, so he should improve massively in the coming years. Has held up pretty well in zone, and he should also be really good on special teams. Some of the issues with him, sometimes I feel like he could be better in zone. So, again, this is a pick that says we're going to start playing more man defense. He might be a little too small for his style to hold up in the NFL, and if he can't press, he may end up in the slot, which I really don't like, but that remains to be seen. I mean, DJ Reed played on the outside totally fine. Um, so he's a really appealing player. I just, I just don't know if this means we're going to be playing man defense. If it is, then I'm actually pretty happy with it. But I'd like to just believe that that's the case, and right now I don't. So Raiders pick is in, by the way. Christian Gonzalez is better in zone. That's why I liked him more. If we're going to play man defense pretty much full time, then I feel very differently. But I still wonder about his size. He's 180 pounds. Okay, what are the Raiders doing? Levis going to go to the Raiders? Nolan R. Vance, thank you for the $2. Who's out? Jackson, Brown, Kobe? I think we're just going to try to have the best secondary in football. Maybe Jackson, though, but he's really cheap. I don't know why you wouldn't keep him around for that extremely cheap price. Give the Witherspoon pick a B minus. I'm not actually angry about it. I'm just a little bit surprised. I'll give it a B minus. Okay, here comes the Raiders pick. Kyrie. And Atlanta's on the clock. Okay, Tyree's off the board. I like Tyree. Kyrie, you're off. Marcus, we definitely tried to trade down and nobody was willing to give us a good trade. That's why it took so long. 40 speed and cone drill for Witherspoon. I don't think he ran at the combine. Hold on. 4.4240 for Witherspoon. That's all I'm seeing. 4.42. Wow, Yahoo gave us an A plus. I'm definitely not doing that. Is there a chance we trade up for Carter? We never trade up in the first round, so I wouldn't expect it. Yeah, I mean, look, Jackson's probably gone after this year, right? Because next year he'll be an unrestricted free agent. Oh, Paris still on my list. My bad. I got to get him out of there. Grind more tape on Witherspoon in the coming days for sure. But I think it's a decent pick if we're going to play a lot of man and a bad pick if we're playing a lot of zone. What happened with Carter in some of these interviews, man? That's really all I can wonder about. Chase Young's not available. I don't think so. I'm a little disappointed, Todd, but I'm not upset. I'm not mad about it. Okay, Atlanta pick is in. They're not trading. Well, unfortunately, and I hate to talk about things like this, but it's very possible this team is not really trying to win the Super Bowl this year because they're paying way too much money to safeties and they have an owner that isn't willing to open up the checkbook so much as a millimeter. Jeremy Lane was undersized, but he played in the slot. ATO gets Levis. That does make some sense to me. Yeah. Interesting pick. Don't love it. Oh, yeah. Witherspoon would have gone to either the Lions or the Raiders, I think. Hey, Andrex, thank you for the $1.99. Do we have the best CB duo? I don't know about defensive rookie of the year over Anderson, or Anderson's probably going to get defensive rookie of the year, but we probably have the best cornerback duo. I got nothing bad to say about Witherspoon as a player, really. I just think we could have done a little bit better. Yeah, you can tell by the timing of it, guys. Also, keep that in mind. The timing, we tried to trade down like crazy, and then we took Witherspoon. So clearly, Carter's basically off our board, or was effectively off our board. Witherspoon will be fine against the run. Oh, I agree, Glow. I completely agree. He's an excellent tackler and a hard hitter. Anybody who thinks otherwise, I think, is wrong. Witherspoon's great against the run. The issue with Witherspoon will be his size, his length, and a few other things. Now, who can we pick to help stop the run? Oh, there are going to be some guys we can pick to stop the run. Don't worry about that, Andrix. We can get Mozzie Smith. We can get Keanu Benton. We can get even a guy like Cansey's probably going to help against the run. There are some linebackers. Nothing to worry about there. Not always, Rodrigo. Here we go. ATL. What's ATL going to do? And then we have the Bears. Never watched Deep Space Nine. Jeff Speak, thank you for the $5. The longer defensive backs cover receivers, the better chances the D-line gets to the QB. Have a great day, guys. Yeah, it's chicken and the egg. Ooh, Philly traded up with Chicago. Knock it off, Roger. Give me the pick. I want the pick. Tell me the pick. Yeah, Philly's probably taking Carter. Philly did great for themselves. They sat there and waited. They'll draft. Bijan! Bijan Robinson. What a curveball. I did not see that coming, people. Did not see that coming whatsoever. All right, Bijan comes off the board. I'm surprised. I'm actually surprised. I thought he might go high. I didn't think he'd go to Atlanta. And now... Oh, really? Bijan to the Falcons gains steam? I did not see that. So a lot of people are saying that Witherspoon's definitely better than Christian Gonzalez. I'm not convinced, but if we're going to run man, he's probably a better fit. All right, Eagles pick is in. What if the Eagles don't take Carter? The Eagles gave up a 4th round pick next year to move up one spot. Oh my God. What is going on with trade downs? You don't get anything for trading down anymore. What the heck? How is that a thing? The Eagles basically gave up a piece of candy to move up a spot in the top 10. That is crazy. Eagles doing the thing, man. They gave up nothing and just moved up a spot to guarantee Carter. If that, I mean, I don't know. Maybe they're not getting Carter. Bears didn't get any good offers. I guess just use the pick at that point. Man, how toxic is Jalen Carter? This blows my mind. Jalen Carter must be the most toxic person imaginable. Bears literally took that trade down rather than just take Jalen Carter. That is crazy. A lot of people are saying the Eagles got Carter. I'm not going to time anybody out because we all already kind of suspected that to be the case, but stop spoiling. Well, new gosh, a lot of teams are passing up on Carter is the thing. It's not just us. If it was just us, I would feel maybe a little differently. If I were the Bears, I would want to fire my GM. You can guess. Just make it clear that you're guessing. If it looks like you're spoiling, a mod might have to jump on you. Yeah, the Eagles only had to give up a 2024 fourth round pick to move up one spot in the top 10. That is psychotic. I wouldn't have even done it for a fourth round pick this year. Thigh, thank you for the $1.99. Carterites are in shambles. I don't know if that's true. I know a lot of Carterites. I think they're all starting to realize and accept that Carter's clearly not interviewing well or something. Like, it's not just us passing on him. A lot of people are passing up on him. We're not trading up for Carter. I don't have a problem with taking a cornerback at 5. I don't. I just preferred Gonzalez. Yep, Jalen Carter. Okay, Jalen Carter off the board. Jalen Carter. And now the Bears are on the clock. Who do the Bears take? Woolen can definitely play man, 100%. He might be better in man. Bears take Skoronsky, right? Bears got to take Skoronsky. That makes so much sense. Man, you know that if Carter goes to Philly and messes around, that fan base is going to murder him. Carter's not as good as Sue. Think about it. The Bears literally gave their pick away so they wouldn't have to take Carter. Does Tennessee take Levis? I think they do. If we take Mozzie Smith at 20, I mean, that's okay. I'm not crazy about it. All right. Bears pick is in. Bears pick is in. They're not trading down. And then 10 picks. Yeah, shout out to Philly. They had to give up basically nothing and they still got the guy that they wanted to trade up at number 3 for, so they can afford to take the risk more than other teams. They can afford to take the Carter risk, I guess. If there is a risk, which I guess there is. Are you mad that we didn't get Jalen Carter? No. Definitely not, right, guy. There's too much stuff here that I just don't know. Sorry. There's just no way to know. And honestly, the way this draft has gone, I think that it's safe to say that Jalen Carter had some real red flags about him. See you later, Costanza. See at 20 would be nice. He's not a linebacker. He's a defensive lineman. Three of the teams ahead of Philly took Carter off their board completely. Clearly. Detroit's taking Gonzo. Yeah, that makes sense. The Eagles lost a lot this offseason, guys. Don't downplay it. I mean, here's the thing. We see cornerbacks go in the top 5 pretty frequently these days. I don't understand why people are hung up on that. I understand getting hung up on some other things. Okay, why is everybody in chat talking about top billing? Okay, here we go. Bears pick. Whoa. Darnell Wright. So they do take an offensive lineman, but not the one I thought they were going to get. Interesting. I did have him pretty high up on my board. Wait. No, not really, actually. He's a right tackle. Brandon, the Colts do. Quentin Nelson went 6. I don't know about this one. Just take Skoronski and drive through. Titan's going to get Levis. Okay, yeah, we obviously need to get better in the trenches, but you need to get better in the trenches with the right players. Okay, and clearly the team decided Jalen Carter was not the right player. Titans pick is in, so they're not trading. And then we have the Lions, who are obviously going to take Christian. No, the cornerback we chose is 5'11" and a half. Yeah, Titans feeling very happy about things right now, I think. He's not 6'1". He weighed at the combine, he was 5'11" and a half. He might be slightly undersized for outside corner, slightly. It's not a big deal. Lions could take Nolan Smith, I guess. Yeah, Texans took Broderick Jones. That's on the tick. Wait a minute. What are you talking about? It's David. Houston traded for Anderson and Stroud. Chris, look, the team, the front office decided not to. Oh, Titans. Don't spoil, dude. David, please don't spoil. Look, I'm not saying trust the process. I'm not saying believe in Pete and John. I'm not saying any of that. But what I am saying is, in the case of Jalen Carter, we have to accept there are extenuating circumstances that we can't really understand. Still more than 1,000 people in the stream, by the way. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for hanging out with me tonight. If we take Hooker at 20, I'm going to be really unhappy, Jeff. Levis, I mean, I would dig that. It's such good value. Witherspoon's 181. Yeah, he might have to add a little bit of weight. He's probably going to add some weight in the NFL, like get up to 190. Scarecrow Bar, thank you for the $2. Hi, Fanny. Keep scratching. What? Okay. Witherspoon is not that small, Superman. He's 5'11" and a half. Levis has to be the pick here, I think. Bronski. There he goes. One of my favorites. Yeah, Levis is slipping. Okay, Detroit, they got to be Christian Gonzalez all day, right? Witherspoon ran a 4.42 at his pro day. Ethan, I think they really wanted to trade down because they hated Carter. And then at that point, they had to take the best guy available. Look, the guy is amazing in man defense. The guy is amazing in man defense. Why don't I like Van Ness? Because he's got no bend. All right, Lions pick is in. They're not trading. The main fear I have with Witherspoon is that he might be too small to play outside. But Other than that, I can't say that much bad about him. Packers could take a quarterback, I guess. Here we go. Wow. Jahmyr Gibbs. I didn't even think he was a first round pick. Wow, that's a big one. That is a shocker. Where did I have him? I had him 33rd on my big board. Wow, that is suspicious. They've got a great backfield now, though. They do. Wow, are we going to get Christian Gonzalez at 20? That would be amazing. Wouldn't even be mad about it. I know a lot of people would be mad. I wouldn't be. I'd be like, that is such good value. I'm not even tripping. Wow. Yeah, I don't like that at all. All right, Packers on the board. On the clock. Clock, 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 clock. Okay. Green Bay on the clock, and then we got New England. Does New England take Levis? Packers could take Levis. This might help Levis, honestly. He'll be on a better team now. He'll end up on a better team. Levis is definitely better than Love. Love isn't good. Green Bay, 4 minutes. Hmm. That's probably the worst pick of the draft so far. How do I feel about Witherspoon at 5? I feel okay. Just kind of like, whatever. I get it, but then again, I don't get it. I don't mind it, but I wonder if we could have done. I feel like we could have done a little better. Still over 1,000 people in the stream, by the way. People stuck around after our pick. Thank you, everybody, for spending your evening with me. Do you like Kancey at 20? I love Kancey at 20. How could the Hawks have done better at 5? I think Christian Gonzalez would have been a better pick personally. Collegiate Kancey. Maybe even a guy like a Miles Murphy would have been better, or Brian Branch. That's at least debatable, though. You talk more? What are you talking about, Dwayne Cobb Jr.? I'm the only one talking here. Packers pick is in, by the way. Hey, Draku. He's not tiny. You guys stop saying that. He's not tiny. He's just not big. He's 5'11" and a half. So basically 6 feet tall. That is not tiny. Scotty Mac, don't spoil. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, this is the Aaron Rodgers trade. Yeah, his size is roughly average for NFL cornerback. That one tall dude because the value is insanely good. That's really all there is. Okay, here come the Packers. Lucas Van Ness. Oh, whoa, baby. We got a couple of pretty bad picks on the board. I don't like that at all. I don't get that one. No, thank you. I had Van Ness at 41 on my original big board. All right. Guys, Witherspoon's probably going to bulk up in the NFL. Hmm. Okay. What does New England do? Is this the Levis pick? I don't know what OSRS is. We have gotten Witherspoon at 20? No. According to things I'm seeing, he would have gone at 6 or 7 if we didn't take him. Steelers trade up with who? Yeah, Patriots trade pick. Steelers. Okay. Yep, it's official. What are the Steelers going to do? They can't take quarterback. Steelers, what do they do? Well, that's another kind of a nothing trade up. Steelers. Do they take Christian Gonzalez? Do they take Kancey and keep him in Pittsburgh? Joey Porter Jr.? Could be a couple different things. I mean, Witherspoon. Witherspoon might end up being better than Woolen. That's possible. I'm not taking that away from him. But you could say that about just about anybody. Joey's dad played there. Ulrich V, if you don't stop spamming the exact same comment over and over and over again, you are going to get banned. All right? You're not contributing anything to the conversation. You're just saying the same things over and over. I'm not going to deal with that much longer. Ulrich, you literally are. I've seen you say the exact same thing over and over and over again. All right, what's Pittsburgh going to do here? I mean, he literally asked to get banned, so I don't see how he could possibly be upset about it. Yeah, okay, so the Steelers moved up 3 spots and only gave up a 4th-round pick. Trade ups are not what they used to be, man. Trade ups are not what they used to be. They used to be so expensive. Man, Celtics struggling. Celtics struggling with the Hawks still. They didn't need to trade up for a receiver, did they? Could be Porter Jr. Give me your pick at 20. Right now, I probably say Cansey, I guess. Hmm. Haven't seen any player trades yet. All right, here we go. Steelers pick. Roderick Jones. Okay. Okay, Broderick Jones. I did have him in my gold tier at 16, so more or less appropriate. Jets on the clock. What are the Jets going to do? Roy Froelich, thank you for the $10 Canadian. Thanks for all your great content, brother. Well, thank you for your support, Roy. This is the culmination of everything we've been working towards for over a month now. All right, Jets on the clock. Does Washington take Levis? Does Washington take Levis? That would be an interesting one. Jets go Branch? Maybe. Who are their safeties? John Stillwell, thank you for the $20 super chat. It looks to me like we tried to trade out and couldn't find any takers. Still, I like the player. Yeah, I think that's definitely what happened. I think that's definitely what happened. I don't think anything else makes that much sense. No, I don't like Osiris Torrance, Rodrigo. The fact that it took us so long to punch our pick in shows that we wanted to trade down, couldn't find a good trade down, and we decided to take our best player on the board. And it seemed like Carter had been taken off our board, just like it had been taken off the Bears board, clearly. If the Jets take JMS here, then Aaron Rodgers is controlling that draft. Ooh, we have an anonymous $10 tip. Go Hawks. Thank you to the anonymous tipper. Appreciate the support. Oh, I forgot to say this earlier, guys. I added 2 Metcalf GIFs for donos. One is for exactly $1.40. The other is for $14. So if you super chat or tip exactly $1.40 or $14, you get the Metcalf GIF. I forgot to say that earlier. If Gonzalez didn't play West Coast, would you think he's better? I think he's better because he's scheme flexible, but maybe that doesn't matter. Yeah, Blake, but I didn't say how to get them. Brennan Nelson, 114. What are you talking about? What's 114? That's still on the clock. I had grits, bacon, and eggs for breakfast. I'm sorry, dinner. Savage Gamer 20. Thank you for the $1.40. Let's see if it works. If it doesn't, there we go. All right, that's the new DK GIF for $1.40, and we got another $1.40 from Big Patty Daddy. Should play any second now. Where's Mozzie on my board? He's right near, like, back into the first. Mozzie's, like, right near the back end of the first round for me. Oh, at 114. No. But any donation, tip, or super chat of more than $50 will play a special GIF. I will say that. I did set that up earlier today just in case we got a big dono. I wanted to actually have something special for it. Thank you, David. I appreciate that. Yeah. We're not even picking and I've got 1,000 viewers. I thought most of them would leave after our pick, especially because most people didn't like our pick. Jets want to trade down? Yeah, probably. It depends on who's there. Like at this rate, we're going to get a chance to draft Cansey or Murphy or Brissy at 20, even Nolan Smith or Trenton Simpson. Like it's hard for me to say we should trade down. Witherspoon, Wright, Carter, and Skoronsky A plus. They realized Gibbs was an F. So is Yahoo just working on like pass or fail? Like every pick is either A plus or an F? Is Nolan Smith going to the Jets here? Yeah, guys, here's the thing. Knowing that Christian Gonzalez might still be there at 20, do you wish you had done something different at 5? Like you could have gotten Skoronsky at 5 and then gotten Gonzalez at 20. Is that better than where we're headed right now? Yeah, Big Patty Daddy, I remember that. He said, if I don't do it, ban me. And then he showed up late and was like, sorry, I couldn't make it. And I was like, okay, I didn't ban him. Why Witherspoon? Because he's scheme versatile and a little bigger. You honestly think JC would have been that big of a rich? It doesn't matter what I think. I'm not the one who interviewed him. I'm not the one who met with him. I'm not the one who had investigators and private eyes looking into his personal life for, months and months and months. It doesn't matter what I think. Well, like at the end of the day, okay, Jets pick is in, by the way. They did not trade back. And then Washington probably swings in here to save Levis. Yes, this is a safe place for venting, but if you start spamming the same thing over and over in chat, I will kick you out of here. Then why did the Eagles pick him at 9? Because they can afford to take the risk. And clearly other teams weren't willing to do it. Like, look at the Bears. The Bears don't have veteran leadership in that locker room, so they don't take him because they don't feel like they have the infrastructure. All right, Jets, what you got? 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 Give me a what you got. Oh, they're gonna let a 10-year-old boy announce the pick. Jets. The Phoenix down. Thank you for the $5. I like the pick, to be honest. As long as we address D line, it will be nice to have two potential lockdown corners. It can work. There's no doubt about it. All right, guys, stop spoiling. When I ask that question, it's rhetorical. The kid's actually doing pretty good. Like, they had a kid announce the Falcons pick, and he looked terrified. This kid's actually looking like he's having fun. The Phoenix down, I agree. The pick can work 100%. You can hear my TV. Yep, Will McDonald. So I liked Will McDonald a lot, but he's like 25 years old. So I had mixed feelings on him personally. I had him 28th on my board. I like him, but man, it doesn't feel good spending a high pick on a guy who's that old. Yeah, yeah, Peyton. Philly has veterans in that locker room that can keep him straight, and they also can afford the risk because their team is so good. Uh, all right, guys, I hate to do this because I know I'm going to lose some viewers, but I need to step away for a moment. So everybody just stick around for a few minutes. I will be right back. Should be back before the Washington pick. Okay, we are back. We are back, everybody. And Washington's pick is in, but we haven't missed it yet. I did miss one super chat. Hold on, let me scroll up there and grab it. John Stillwell, thank you for the $10. So who are we looking at with our next pick? Cansey makes some sense to me. Brissy makes some sense to me. Maybe Miles Murphy. I think those are the main guys. Branch is not gone yet. Levis has a better arm than Locke. Levis has a great arm. That's the main draw of him. Levis is all about the arm. Okay, Washington's pick is in. Emmanuel Forbes, the 166-pound guy. Okay, interesting. Did not expect that. The Levis fall is real, people. New England on the clock. I know. What's up with the Christian Gonzalez, man? One sec. Is it working now? I liked Emmanuel Forbes, but he's just now. This is a guy who might be too small. He's like a buck 66. Like Witherspoon has 15 pounds on him. Where did I have Forbes? Hold on. I had Forbes. I did not have him that high. I had him at 45 on my original big board. So I had him as a middle second rounder. That is wacky. I think Gonzalez is a premium cornerback too, personally. Oh, New England's pick is in, by the way. New England's pick is in. Hooker to New England would be funny. Isn't he older than Mac Jones? Isn't Hooker like older than Mac Jones right now? Anthony, I think it's okay. I'm not crazy about it, but I can definitely see where it works out. Aha, there he goes. Christian Gonzalez. Finally. Ooh, you know what? Detroit was definitely going to take him. Detroit would have taken him all day. By the way, I updated the top donos so far for the stream. John Stillwell now on the board with his $20 super chat, and we had an anonymous $10 tip earlier. That's a great pick. All right. Christian Gonzalez, you're coming off the big board, buddy. I like you. So we are guaranteed pretty much to be able to either draft Levis or Cansey if we want to. G Walker, thank you for the $9.99 super chat. Appreciate the donation, G Walker. Lions could have had Gonzalez at 12 and Gibbs at 18. Gibbs at 18 is still too high, though. Like, that should be a late first rounder at best. Okay. If Detroit takes Cansey and Tampa Bay takes Levis, then what do we do? Do we do Murphy or Brissy? I think that's kind of the choice. Unless you want to say Nolan Smith. If we get Levis at 20, we did awesome. I don't care what anybody says. That's phenomenal. All right, we're at commercial. Lions have 5:10 on their clock. Mayor? I haven't really thought about Mayor that much. I wouldn't be crazy about it. I guess I wouldn't hate it. What if we take Adi Adabawore and move him to the inside? That would be kind of interesting. I feel like you could get him tomorrow. Okay, Taylor, that's not true. The Chiefs had a bad defense last year and won the Super Bowl. Did you watch the Super Bowl last year? There were like 3 punts the whole game. Like, that's not true. I think you can get Simpson at 37, honestly. I'm starting to feel like you could get him at 37. I like JSN, but I don't really like him enough to take him in the first. I'm not a huge fan. No, I don't. The receiver that I like the best is Jordan Addison, and I don't like him enough to take him in the first. Or I mean, excuse me, I do like him enough to take him in the first, but only barely. So good, but too many red flags with Quentin Johnston. Too many red flags. Pick is in. All right, Lions are picking. Honestly, the Lions could take Levis. I doubt they're in love with Jared Goff. Yeah, 3-4 end is like the perfect 280 is like the perfect weight for a 3-4 end. 280, 285, 290, right around there. All right, what are the Lions doing? What are we doing? It's a reach, guys, for Detroit. Okay, this is going to be fun. People are saying it's a reach. Wow, we're back up to 1,000 viewers. People getting amped up. Do we cut Lock if we take Levis? Not necessarily. We could carry 3 quarterbacks. Dexter in the second? No, I don't like him until the third. Yachty at 20 seems like it's too early, but I do like him. You want them to get at 20? Probably Cansey or Brissy. All right, here we go. Detroit pick is in. People are saying it's Jack Campbell. I mean, it's a reach. It's not that bad of a reach, I don't think. Yep, Jack Campbell. Wow, okay. Didn't see that coming. And we are on deck. So Tampa takes Levis, probably. Stephen A. Simmons, thank you for the $20 super chat. Go Hawks. Thank you for your service. Number one Hawks white here. Thank you, Stephen. I appreciate that. And the Lions had so much going for them after last season, and they are completely screwing it up. What is going on, people? This is whack, man. This draft is going crazy. All right, Buccaneers pick is in. They moved quickly. Buccaneers pick is in. All right, Levis. Is it you? Nothing else really makes sense. All right. Well, he keeps spoiling, so I'm just going to boot him out of here. Your D line at 20? Who's the D line? It's probably Brissy, right? Showing this awful front door commercial instead of showing me who Tampa Bay picked. Oilers are getting kicked. You've been warned many times. All right, what's Tampa Bay going to do? I can't remember, Steven. Yep, there goes Cansey. That hurts a little bit. I like Cansey a lot. So, we are now on the clock here. We could go for the insane value and pick up Levis, or we could address the needs on the front seven with Miles Murphy, Brian Bresee. Maybe you could say Nolan Smith, Trenton Simpson. I think those are the main considerations right now. Maybe Mozzie Smith. So the Bucks literally don't have they have Baker Mayfield and Kyle Trask. Like, what are they doing? 6:32 left on the clock for Seattle. 6:05. Guys, trading down doesn't do anything anymore. All right, I think we need to get off the whole trade down thing. Trading down doesn't get you any value anymore. You trade down, you pick up like a couple of pieces of candy. Trading down is not worth it anymore unless you have like a top two pick. No, no spoilers. Especially not now, Grandizer. Grandizier. Your screen is out of focus. Try refreshing. There are like 1,200 people on the stream right now. That might be affecting things. Five minutes. Change resolution. I can't do that while I'm in the middle of streaming. I could do it tonight after the stream's over. We're on commercial break. Nolan Smith makes some degree of sense. They wanted Cansey. Believable. Very believable. Dude, what if we trade back a couple spots and get like three times what the Bears got when they traded back from nine? Like, that seems like it could happen, and that would be hysterical. Whoa, Dead Island 2 commercial. Still on the clock. Brian Bresee does make a good deal of sense. 240. No trade back yet. We did visit with Adi Adi. He's a little bit of a reach, but I don't think he's a big reach. He'll be incredible against the run. 2 minutes. Oh man, are the Celtics actually losing? Wow, it's tied. Wish I could watch. No one wants to trade, period. Nothing. Man, the thing is, if we don't take Levis, who's going to? Like, who behind us is going to take Levis? Not the Chargers, not the Ravens, not after today. Yeah, Vikings. Okay, that could happen. Dolphins, that's interesting. 42 seconds. Because we're trying to trade back and nobody's giving us a good trade back package because teams have learned. Teams have learned you don't do that. 24. The pick is in. Pick is in, pick is in, pick is in. Okay. All right, guys. Pick is in. The pick is in at 20. The Seahawks once again ran things down to the last possible second. There were less than 20 seconds left on the timer when they announced the pick is in. Very little doubt in my mind that the Seahawks were trying to trade down and then could not make it happen. So, yeah, we are picking at 20. Don't know who we're going to get here. It is kind of interesting that we were trying so hard to. I mean, I feel like it's very transparent that they were attempting to trade down there and weren't able to get it done. But this is going to be a really interesting pick here. You could go for the super value meal of Levis at 20, which is insane. I don't think anybody thought you would have a chance to get Will Levis at 20. Now we have the opportunity to do that and get our QB of the future without spending a top pick on him. Or you can start addressing the elephant in the room, which is your front seven. You still have the opportunity to take a guy like a Miles Murphy. Brian Bresee is still there as well. Nolan Smith, Trenton Simpson, even a guy like, if you want to go over to the other side of the ball, Darnell Washington. All reasonable, viable options, I think. If we take Brian Branch, I'm not going to mind it, but everybody's going to lose their mind because we spent our top two picks on defensive backs. But Brian Branch is really good, so I wouldn't even be mad about that. But this is going to be a very interesting decision that we make here. So we're just waiting for Goodell to march it out. I don't really know what to expect here. One of the curveballs that could be coming would be like Mozzie Smith, which I would be okay with, or Ade, which I think would be a bit of a reach, but I do like him. So here we go. I think Goodell is coming out onto the stage as we speak. And yeah, again, we're not trading. We already know that. We've already announced that the pick is in, so there's no trade. It looks like there's going to be a little bit of a presentation of the pick. It looks like a couple people are coming out with Goodell, and it looks like huh. Okay, they're doing some sort of little presentation thing before our pick. So this is going to take a second. Huh. What do we got? What do we got? What is this? The punt, pass, and kick thing? Man, that kid looks like a young CJ Stroud. He's like a dead ringer for young CJ Stroud. Is that CJ Stroud's younger brother? CJ Stroud did grow up a Seahawks fan, right? So maybe that is his younger brother and he's going to announce the pick because he's a Seahawks fan too. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, here we go. Jackson Smith-Njigba. Wow. Interesting. Okay. So, Jackson Smith-Njigba, best slot corner in this draft. He is. I think that's very safe to say. He didn't test super well, but he is the best receiver in this draft. Now, he is a slot receiver only. He will probably never play on the outside in the NFL, but he will probably become one of the best slot receivers in the league. However, to get him on the field, you're going to have to run a lot of three receiver sets. So you are making a big commitment here with Jackson Smith, saying we are going to run a lot of three receiver sets, which means less tight end stuff, which is not what we were doing last season. So look, he's a really good player for what he is. I personally feel like you probably could have gotten a really good slot receiver with a later pick, like Marvin Mims or Charlie Jones or Rashee Rice. I don't know if you needed to spend a 20th pick on JSN. I know that he was probably going to get drafted around this area of the draft, so objectively speaking, it's not a reach. But this is a little bit of a surprise to me. I don't love it. I don't hate it. I get it. I get the appeal of a JSN, of Jackson Smith. But for me personally, I think we could have done a little bit better later in the draft. Now, hey, we're committing to building pretty heavily around this offense, but all of the while we're sitting here wondering, like, okay, what's going on with this defense, this front seven that has been completely neglected now? Like, we neglected it in free agency for the most part. Now we're neglecting it in the draft. People are going to get antsy. But we got three more picks tomorrow. So, JSN, it's all right. It's all right. Not my favorite. I like the player for what he is. But what he is a guy who is going to only get on the field when you have three receivers out there. So, got to commit to that. But clearly, if we're drafting him, we must be committing to that, I guess, is what I can say, right? You wouldn't take JSN and then say, oh, we're going to run two receiver sets 50% of the time. All right, so that's your day one. I'll make another video wrapping things up later. Maybe we trade back up into the first, who knows? But Jackson Smith-Njigba is the pick at number 20. All right, so mixed thoughts. Mixed thoughts. Seems okay. Not the best, not the worst. All right. Sorry if I missed any donations. I don't think I did, though. Oh, no. Hold on. I think I did. My bad. Let me get this uploaded, guys. Give me a second. Uh, a lot of people are actually really happy with this one. But yeah, kind of all over the place here. All right. Let me go ahead and pull them in here. There are some people that are into this pick. I'll say that. I'll say that for them. So it's not the. So this is not a DEFCON 1 situation here. I knew he was gonna go in the first and everything. Yeah, this is definitely a BPA draft. We don't care about our needs at all. We don't care about our needs in the slightest. M'Baku, thank you for the $9.99 super chat. While people might not like these picks, I think we just made our positions on strength even stronger. If not top in the league. Also, thanks for all your content and commitment to the 12s. Thank you, M'Baku. There's some truth to that. I think we're just ignoring positions completely and we're taking BPA. Obviously, people have disagreements about what BPA is. Oh, Chargers pick, Chargers pick. Quentin Johnston, wide receiver out of TCU. Okay. 1920. Quentin Johnston. That's a good pick for the Chargers, by the way. I like that. All right. Baltimore on the clock. What does Baltimore do? Do they take Zay Flowers? In our mind, maybe he was BPA. I don't know if he actually was. I don't think he was, but I understand that most people liked JSN more than I did. I didn't dislike him or anything, but wow, Yahoo loves our draft, huh? Patty Daddy, thank you for the $2 super chat. Sorry, Brendan Late had you on mute. Thoughts on that? I think it's decent. I'm not super excited about it. He is the best slot receiver in this draft. JSN is the best slot receiver in this draft, but he'll only ever be a slot receiver. Okay. DK's Abs did a $14.14 tip. Go Hawks. I missed that one. Sorry, but thank you thank you to DK's Abs for the $14.14 tip. Okay, Ravens on the clock. Yeah, hopefully we run 3 receiver sets enough to utilize JSN enough. All right. So, okay, now that we've all had a little bit of time to settle down about that, let me pull up my scouting report on JSN that I wrote probably close to a month ago. Okay. Okay, Jackson Smith-Njigba, Ohio State, 21 years old, 6'1", 196 pounds, 30.5-inch arms, 9-inch hands, 35-inch vert, 10 foot and a half inch broad, 6.57 3 cone, and a 3.9 320-yard shuttle. That 3-cone and 20-yard shuttle is insanely good, by the way. Let me just put that out there right now. 6.57 3-cone and a 3.9 320-yard shuttle, really good. He was in the top 25 of every major big board I could find and was a top 15 pick on the aggregate. So in terms of raw value, this pick is good. Now, I personally didn't have him that high, but that was something that I was personally seeing. So he only has one season of big production in college, but it was a 1,600-yard, almost 100-catch season. So this guy is as good. Okay, so here are the positives. Here are the positives on JSN. He's as good as it gets running routes. Phenomenal route runner. Got fantastic body control. He can beat press at the line of scrimmage. Catches virtually everything he gets his hands on. Got high receiver awareness. Makes plays after the catch very consistently. And he can track the deep ball. Now, he doesn't have top end speed. Didn't play that much on the outside at Ohio State. And I don't think he'll be able to do much outside in the NFL either. And he didn't develop as much as he could have in 2022 because he got hurt. But overall, best receiver in this class. Limitations as a player have me a little bit concerned on taking him before the second round. But ultimately, there's a lot to like. So, not bad. I'm not going to say it's great or anything, but it's decent. I'm not in love with it, but I get it. Anyway, okay, yeah, Quentin Johnston's off the board. Who are the Ravens going to pick? They only have 2 minutes and 15 seconds left to make a pick. Yeah, he barely played in 2022. He's fully healthy now, though. He worked out. He's fully healthy now, but he did not get to play very much in 2022. I mean, I gave the Witherspoon pick and a B minus, and I gave this pick a B. It's all right, it's decent. Seems okay to me. Jeffrey A. Thistle, thank you for the member message. WTF on our fifth pick I just saw. I'm surprised, but the value is appropriate. I think that people need to understand that part of it. If you don't like the pick, that's fine. I'm not crazy about it either by any stretch, but understand that Witherspoon was going to go in the top 10. Ravens pick is in, by the way. Yeah, JSN's good value, objectively speaking. I wasn't a huge fan of him, but yes, you're right. Okay, Ravens pick is in. Zay Flowers. I like Zay. 2, 3. Okay, Minnesota. This has to be Levis, right? How is this not Levis? Run on receiver. There's definitely a run on receiver here. So we got Smith-Njigba right before he was going to go. No doubt about it. We could trade back up into the first. Ah. Whoa, look at that suit. Look at Zay Flowers' suit. Is that like a motorcycle jacket? That's what it looks like. Okay, so it's Minnesota, Jacksonville, then the Giants. So if Levis doesn't go here, he could really fall all the way. He could fall all the way. Zay Flowers' NFL comp is Tyreek Hill. That's a little bold. Yeah, I'm not mad about either pick. I just think you could have done better. But at the end of the day, I do think that there's an argument to be made that maybe that this team, maybe this just isn't the year for the Seahawks to. Maybe the Seahawks are accepting, look, we're going to suck on defense this year, and it is what it is. Like, our front seven's going to be atrocious, but sorry, we don't have a good owner, so let's just accumulate BPA at every pick and plan for the next couple of years after, post Jody Allen. Yeah, but the D line we draft tomorrow are not going to be better than Jaron Reed, probably. I'm not saying they're giving up, Jared. I'm saying they're just trying to do the best that they can with what they have in front of them right now, which is not that much. They're making the best of the situation. Witherspoon could not possibly have been BPA at 5, at 20 maybe. Not according to all the big boards. All the big boards had him in the top 10 pretty much. Jeffrey, thank you for the $2. Glad we didn't get Carter. Too many red flags. Yeah, and I'm going to keep saying this to Seahawks fans, really. Seriously. Like, you got to understand, this is a circumstance. You can watch every single Jalen Carter play for the last 2 years at Georgia. You still will not know the thing that really matters here. What matters with Carter has nothing to do with what he does on a football field. And there's just no way for us to know. Minnesota seems to be trying to trade down. Wow, a Boston College receiver has never gone in the first round. Taylor and Nwosu showed enough for John Pete on edge. I understand that, but we're not talking about edge players. We're talking about interior linemen. Yeah, I have no problem trusting John and Pete about Carter. That's not the part that I don't get. The part that I don't totally get is I think you could have done better than Witherspoon and JSN at those picks, but I don't think it's bad either. And if we get Brissy at 37, I think that's pretty phenomenal. I will say that. There was a time when Brissy was going to be a top 10 pick and then he got hurt. Yeah, we might have taken Cansey at 20. That's possible. You could have done better for need, but perhaps not BPA. Well, BPA is subjective. I do think we took BPA on our board. It's not my board, though. Witherspoon, I get if we're going to play man. JSN, I get if we're going to play three receiver sets constantly. But I don't have any reason to believe that's going to be the case at the moment. So if we get to the season, we get to September, and the Seahawks are running three receiver sets 80% of the time, and they're running man coverage, then I'll be like, okay, those picks were good. Those picks were good. But I'll believe it when I see it. I just realized Mel Kiper has Dalton Kincaid higher than Michael Mayer. There's a little bit of Lockett in JSN, but I seriously doubt he'll ever be able to play on the outside. Vikings pick is in. Vikings pick is in. And then Jacksonville picks. This isn't Levis. We might get him at 37. I would love that, Chrissy. Getting Benton at 52 and Brissy at 37 would be kind of a dream day two start for me. Oh, and by the way, guys, I want to let everybody know that after the after show with the Hawks Nest tonight, which is going to be on my channel, so tonight after the first round is over, I don't know exactly when, but we're going to do the after show tonight, and then after that, I'm going to be going live on Twitch to play Jedi Survivor. I bought it earlier today. I already preloaded it. The game comes out in about an hour, so I'm going to be on Twitch tonight streaming Jedi Survivor, which just is about to come out in about an hour and 4 minutes. So I'm going to post the link in chat to my Twitch. Come on over, give me a follow, and then watch me play the brand new Jedi. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. There we go. Wow, Jordan Addison. Did we just go four receivers in a row? Did we just go four receivers in a row? Straight up? Oh, the Giants are screwed. Oh, that burns, man. Yeah, I beat Breath of the Wild. That was a couple months ago. Wow, the Giants are getting left out in the cold. Hey, what does Jacksonville do? I haven't pre-ordered Diablo 4 yet, but I may. I usually don't pre-order until right before the game comes out so I can make sure it's worth my time. I don't want to pre-order something and then it ends up being a turd. Jordan Addison was my favorite receiver in this draft because I think he has a higher odds of being able to play outside. Jacksonville could get Brian Branch. That makes some sense. Giants trade up. Little too late. Too little too late, NYG. I mean, Eugenio, that's possible. Most of my evaluations are based off use case, not the ability of the player. Like Witherspoon, I didn't love because we run zone. But if we switch to man, I'll feel differently. JSN, I didn't love because we don't run 3 receiver sets that much. But if we start doing that, maybe I'll feel differently. All Diablos have been good. I wouldn't worry about that. Oh, yeah, but, well, I know you're not including Diablo Immortal there, are you? Giants moved up 1 spot and gave up a 5th rounder and a 7th rounder. Huh. Interesting. Okay. Celtics won. Okay. They pulled away. Too bad. That would have been fun. Game 7 would have been fun. Tomorrow's going to be fun, though. We got Kings, Warriors, Grizzlies, Lakers. That's going to be exciting. Tomorrow's a great basketball day. Giants like JMS in this spot. Okay. Well, the pick is in. We're dealing with Brian. Brian might move to safety. He is a little bit short armed. It's draft start tomorrow, 4 o'clock. And I will be eating dinner on stream, by the way. Yeah, Brian Branch. What's going on there? Hard to take him now that you've already taken a cornerback, but I wouldn't even be upset about it. Right up to 27 for Levis. I don't know if you even need to. What am I eating? I'm not eating anything right now. If you mean tomorrow, I'm probably going to go get Arby's. I'm going to have a Arby's buffet. Yeah, I played the Resident Evil 4 remake. I played it at launch. Yes, we're doing an after show. I don't know exactly when though. All right, Giants pick is in. Sorry guys, I messed up the on-screen graphic for the last pick. Arby's, well, Arby's got rid of their freaking potato cakes, which is awful, but they still, as far as fast food goes, I think they're very close to the best as long as you want a lot of sides. Like, Five Guys is my favorite fast food, but they don't have sides. I want to go to some place where I can get a variety of sides, buffet it, you know? I actually only have Arby's like maybe 6, 7 times a year, Matthew, so not really. Come on, show the Giants pick. Stop wasting my time. Stop wasting my time. Show me the Giants pick. No, JS. Snacks is going to be in bed. Okay, here comes Goodell. Deontay Banks. Interesting. Really? Where did I have Banks? I had him 35th. So borderline first rounder. Didn't quite have him in the first. Not a bad pick, though. And obviously, we don't mind cornerbacks coming off the board now because we're obviously not taking one. Let's see here. 26. Who's 20? Okay, Dallas. I don't think they needed to trade up. Was Jacksonville going to take Banks? I don't know. This is a weird trade. Bills trade up? I'm not seeing it yet. Anyone happy with no defensive end first round? I mean, I can live with it. I can live with it for sure. If the pick isn't there, the pick isn't there. But I don't love what we did. Bills traded up. Okay, there we go. Bills traded up. Probably taking Brian Branch. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Did Levis's interviews go poorly? Maybe. A few more picks left, guys. Remember, they're only 31. Tell us what picks you would have made at 5 and 20. Well, assuming that Carter is just an idiot who can't be drafted, I probably would have taken Christian Gonzalez or Khalid Jacansi. However, seeing both those guys fall to the very back, the mid late first, maybe not. And then at 20, I probably would have just taken Levis. But we might end up getting Levis anyway, so I don't know. I thought Christian Gonzalez was a top 10 pick in this draft for sure. But apparently Witherspoon was the consensus number one corner. Mostly it was just because of the zone thing. If we get Levis in round two, that would be amazing. Yeah, I mean that's just value. I mean, Johnny Gelato, you got to understand that the big board is just my take on the players. Obviously, it's not going to be reflective of what actually happens in the draft. big boards are a matter of personal taste. Like, if I was making an objective big board, of course I would not have put JSN outside of the first round. Gordo, thank you for the $10 super chat. Appreciate it. Jason Tudor, thank you for the $2.20 Canadian. Trade up into the first for Levis, fifth year option. Fifth year option doesn't matter that much anymore, though. Everybody gets extended after 3. That's the thing. Like, is it even worth it? Like, the fifth year option doesn't come into play often enough. Even Jalen Hurts got extended pretty much immediately. Hooker's okay. I'm not a big Hooker fan. It starts tomorrow at 4, I think. Yeah, 4. Njigba's definitely better than Eskridge. Like, let's not go crazy here, guys. Njigba's definitely... I'm not a huge Njigba fan, but he's definitely better than Eskridge. Well, yeah, Jordan Love didn't get an extension in year 3 because he didn't play very much. That's not a very good comp. What's your grade so far? My grades are... Hold on. B minus and B. So, decent. Nolan R. Vance, thank you for the $5. Just had an hour plus client call. How are we feeling about JSN? I don't get this first round. I get it if we're going to start running a lot of 3 receiver sets, and I don't get it if we're not. That's really all I can say. Like, if we're going to start running a bunch of 3 receiver sets, I think it's a pretty good pick. He's the best slot receiver in this draft. But if we're going to do what we did last year and run a lot of 3 tight end sets, then I don't get it. Stephen A. Simmons, thank you. Welcome to the Elite Membership Club. We have ourselves a new channel member. Stephen A. Simmons, welcome aboard. Jonathan, thank you for the $2. Trey Brown or Mike Jackson trade upcoming? Yeah, I don't think so. I think we want to have depth. And also, Trey Brown and Mike Jackson are cheap. I don't think we can take Darnell after taking JSN. Can't take 2 pass catchers. That would be little much. All right, Buffalo pick is in. Here we go. Whoa, Dalton Kincaid. So not the first big man off the board. Tight end off the board is Michael Mayer. Parker Hansen, thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Appreciate the support. Dalton Kincaid, fun player. I didn't personally like him very much in the first, but there he goes. I thought Meyer was going to be first for sure. Well, remember, guys, cornerbacks are often flexible. Like Kobe might end up as a safety. Julian Love has flexibility to do both as well. So there's going to be a lot of flexibility in our secondary. All right. Dalton Kincaid goes to Buffalo. Cowboys on the clock. Okay, Cowboys. Do they take Brian Branch? Cowboys could take Mayer. If the Cowboys take Charbonnet, that would be hilarious. Yeah, Jamal's going to play snaps at linebacker, of course. By the way, we are now past $200 total between the super chats and tips, so I want to thank everybody for being very supportive today. You guys were a great audience. We are winding down here, obviously, but tomorrow we're going to be right back at it. So thank you, everybody, for coming out and participating and supporting in the show. And I can't wait for tomorrow. Niners stealing Will Levis? He would have to fall way too far for that. Man, Miles Murphy really should not be falling this far. I know he's flawed. And I know he was overrated at one point, but my gosh. Okay, Cowboys, 2 minutes, 50 seconds. JSN's 3 cone was insane. Not doubting that at all. Not questioning that for a moment. But we're going to have to run a lot of 3 receiver sets to make that pick worth it. So hopefully we're willing to do that. 2 minutes left for the Cowboys. Yeah, we definitely aren't picking need. We're picking what we believe to be BPA. And it's defensible. I'm not saying anything bad about that. I don't personally totally agree with it, but this is not completely out of left field Jordan Brooks type garbage. There's a difference. I mean, Marcus, maybe they are just going to restructure Lockett. That could still happen, I guess. They're just trying to find another solution maybe first. Yeah, I mean, we need a reliable wide receiver 3, but we don't use wide receiver 3 that much. So unless we're going to drastically change the way we do things, which I'm hoping that we do now, then it's weird. Well, Brooks's problem is that he's terrible in coverage more than anything, so I don't think so. No, we can't trade Lockett. The money doesn't work for it. Viking Clash. I can't see his full name. Viking Clash. I'll just call that. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Viking Clash, thank you. Appreciate the support very much. That'll get us up above $200 for the day on super chats alone, I think. Yes. Come on, announce the Cowboys pick. Why didn't we pick Mayer instead of JSN? Maybe we like Fant. I don't know. Great on the Lions pick. You got to give the Lions pick a fat F. I'm sorry. But what the heck were they doing? Unless they knew something. Ooh, Mozzie. Mozzie. Mozzie Smith. Little bit of a Well, actually, no. I had him at 26. I take that back. Okay. All right, Mozzie. That means we really need to make sure we get Benton if we don't want to have the worst run defense in NFL history this year. Mozzie Smith. 27 is Jacksonville. They're hopefully finally going to pick. Chase Carey, thank you for the $4.99. Hey, Brandon, love your channel all the way from New Mexico. If Will Levis is still available at 37, would it be worth getting the QB of the future? If we can get Will Levis at 37, that would be an amazing outcome. Like an incredible outcome. That would be an ideal outcome. Yeah, I'm hoping we can get Benton. Brandon, that's a bad mentality to have. That's how we ended up with LJ Collier. We ended up with LJ Collier because we were like, we need a defensive lineman no matter what here. And then there were no good defensive linemen left. I would love Miles Murphy too. That would be great. He's very, very undervalued right now. Yeah, Benton's going to come up soon. He is a nose tackle, so I don't have him that high. Okay, guys, I will be right back, and we will finish up the rest of this draft. See you guys in just a few minutes here. Okay. All right, I'm back. So Jacksonville, what you gonna do? Oh, I'm kind of just getting the sense that this team is just kind of thinking like, well, we have a terrible owner who's going to be gone in 2 years, so let's just do BPA until she's gone, and then we can go for it. Kind of feels like that to me. I don't know. It. I don't think it was a reach for Mozzie. If it was a very little one and pretty insignificant one. All the receivers ran slow 40s. JSN ran a slow 40, but his 3 cone and 20-yard shuttle were off the charts. New gosh, that's a disingenuous way to look at it. He was picked by a GM who can afford to miss because his team is already so good. No, I think Pete's gone when the new owner comes in. When the new owner comes in, he's going to want his own guy. I don't really want to do nose tackle at 37, but I wouldn't be against it. Yeah, JSN is not a speedster, he's a quickster. Here we go. Anton Harrison. Seems pretty reasonable to me. I had him right around this part of the draft. Jeffrey A. Thistle, thank you for the $2. I hope our new owner is Jeff Bezos, Seattle guy. That's a very likely candidate at this point. Yeah, Brian Branch in free fall, man. JS, the problem with that is that Lockett plays on the outside. I don't think JSN's going to be able to. Probably not, Jose. I don't think JSN's going to be able to play outside. I think Anton's a reach. I don't mind it. Yeah, Saints taking Levis makes some degree of sense. It was a hamstring injury, Daddy. Absolutely, Fishboy. I would love both those picks at 37. JSN barely played this year because he got hurt. AG, just because Tyler Lockett was able to overcome his limitations to play outside doesn't mean that JSN will be able to. That's a very bad idea to assume that just because one guy overcame tremendous odds that someone else will be able to. That's not a good way of looking at things. That's what led to Baker Mayfield going number one overall because people were like, well, if Wilson did it. Jeffrey, thank you for the $5. Levis, falling out of the first makes me feel like the teams know something we don't. Maybe. Still doesn't make any sense to me. Miles Murphy, his long fall finally ends. He goes to the Bengals, and Brian Branch is still out there somehow. The 29 goes to New Orleans. Miles Murphy was more of an edge, in my opinion, but I see what you guys are saying. I did like Miles Murphy quite a bit, though. Some people think he won't fit in a 3-4. I don't know if I agree. He might slim down a little bit, but he'll be okay. Okay, the Saints, they could take Levis, could take Branch. They could do just about anything, honestly, I feel like. Mostly, JS, it's not a good linebacker class. How do you feel about JSN versus Olave? That's an interesting one. I don't remember looking at Olave last year very much. Cornerback class was deep. Why pick one early? I don't know. BPA. Maybe we just looked at it pure BPA. What are your concerns with Devon Witherspoon? His size, his ability in zone, his arm length, some things like that. No, I think he's better in man than zone, according to my research. Are you surprised AR went to Indy? A little bit, not that much. Okay, Saints 440. Rams could take Levis. Oh boy. I'm not excited about that. Oh boy. Pretty sure he played man most of the time in Illinois. That's my understanding. Philly taking Nolan Smith at 20 would be pretty OP. That'd be pretty nice business. I'm not a huge Ika fan, but he's worth it in the third. Yeah, Matt Glover, absolutely. What happened, David? Oh, they had an incredible secondary. They had an incredible secondary. I want Levis Kenny. I know that. You get Levis in the second, you've done an amazing job. All right, come on, announce the pick. Stop wasting my time. Up running back on the board is Charbonnet. Ryan Brisee. Heartbreaker. Like Brian Brisee a lot. That's unfortunate. All right, that is a what we call a classic run on defensive tackle. I like Brisee. He'll be good. Okay, so Philly can do a few different things here. All right, Philly. They could do a bunch of different things here. I think Brian Branch makes the most sense. What does KC do? Joey Porter? Could Pitt take Levis? No, they took a quarterback last year. They can't take another one. It's not like he played that badly. He wasn't great. Eugenio, I feel like you have to. You have to start taking defensive linemen at some point. Teddy G, thank you for the $4.99. You think JSN can grow 3 inches, put on 100 pounds, and line up on the D line? You guys can't think about this stuff so narrowly, man. We didn't really address defense all free agency. We brought in linemen and then we let linemen go. We kind of ended up in a similar place to where we started. It's really not addressed. I do believe that the Seahawks have gotten their BPA with their first 2 picks. Their BPA. It's not my BPA, but it's theirs. Completely defensible. All right, Philly, what you gonna do? Pierce, thank you for the $1.99. So we still have no pass rush. I mean, that's not really true, Pierce. That's a little disingenuous to say, I think. We were the only team in the league last year that had 2 players with 9 sacks and 3 forced fumbles, I think. The problem is our run defense. That's the problem. And we haven't really done anything to address that yet. But in fairness, defending the run is kind of the least important part of the game now. So you can get those guys a little bit later. I like Nolan Smith. He is a little bit of a project. Like, run defense doesn't really matter the way that it used to. I like Trenton Simpson a lot, Robert Henry. I'm a big fan of Trenton Simpson. Okay, Philly, here we go. What do you got? 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 Looks like they might get Nolan Smith, I guess. That's what people seem to be indicating. He's definitely an upgrade over Goodwin. And also, Goodwin's not here, so kind of irrelevant. Taylor Ross, thank you for the $5 super chat. B, this draft came out of nowhere. Where do we go? I don't really think it came out of nowhere. I'm a little surprised, but I don't think it came out of nowhere. I think we're just going pure BPA in our mind. What we think is BPA. I think that's really all there is to say about it. I think the only reasonable thing to conclude is that this team is not going to be able to compete for a title this year. And rather than trying to force it, we're just going to accumulate talent as best we can and figure it out later. David Pugh, thank you for the 1999 super chat. Okay, give me an update, Brendan. How's the chat responding to the draft? We got a bunch of babies in here acting the first round is an end-all be-all. When we got Tariq in the fifth, or we understand in BPA. Everyone relax for real. I think that there are a lot of people that just genuinely do not understand that Witherspoon was in the top 8 of most big boards. Now, you can still not like the pick, but you do have to acknowledge that he was right at the top of these big boards. He was. I do agree with that. I don't love the picks, but I do respect the fact that this is defensively BPA. All right. I can't tell people what to do, but I strongly recommend to all the Jalen Carter people, you got to get off of that one. You got to let that one go. I think it's very obvious the dude had problems that we don't know about and we don't fully understand that made him toxic to a lot of these GMs. I'm sorry, but it is what it is. Nolan Smith is the pick. All right. I like Nolan Smith a good amount, a little bit of a project, but he's off the board and we got one pick left. No, we couldn't have picked Gonzalez at 20. He went right before then. Yeah, and that's another thing, by the way. Like, Carter is a really good defensive tackle prospect, but he's not generational. Some people were saying he was. He's not. He's not Namkara Sue. He's not Steve Entman. Our hitter, thank you for the $1.99. Detroit traded down because we sniped Spoons. I think that's actually what happened. I think Detroit wanted Witherspoon, and then we sniped. So he was going to go right around there. Now, you can still not like the pick, but understand that he was going to go right around there. I mean, this draft didn't have any generational players. We've known that. All right, what are the Chiefs going to do here to wrap us up? What do you guys think? I liked Gonzalez more, but he was not ranked higher. No, JS. I liked him better personally because of the fit. Teddy G, thank you for the $9.99. I can accept Carter wasn't a good fit, and I'll probably like our 2 picks so far later this year, but right now it's just a head scratcher because of the glaring need for run defense. Yeah, I think we're kind of ignoring need, and we're just going BPA. I think we're just ignoring need. I think that's really all there is to it. We're just accepting that, hey, there's not a lot we can do to make this defensive line as good as it needs to be. By the way, we have actually now hit $250 in super chats. Thank you, everybody. I didn't think we were going to get there. Appreciate it. We actually managed to fill the bar up. Thank you for filling up my bar. I don't think Sherman said we're going back to the old scheme. I think he said we're going back to the old coverage schemes. But the fact that we took Witherspoon makes me think he's full of bull. And by the way, guys, Richard Sherman doesn't work for the Seahawks, okay? He can say whatever he wants to say. It doesn't necessarily mean anything. David Pugh, thank you for the 1999. I think understanding that this team wants to field a crap ton of defensive backs on the field all at once is what people are forgetting too. The Love signing should have told you all that, and Devon is very effective against outside runs. Very true. Very true. I do think that last year should have been proof that they need to do something about the run defense, but with the way run defense is in the modern NFL, I don't think you really need to do much about it until you get to round 2, round 3, round 4. I understand that. Hopefully we'll be able to do it. Yeah, I know, power hitter. We pushed up past 1,200 at one point. Any good DL left? Yeah, sure. It's not amazing. But look, maybe we're just not going to have a very good defensive line this year. We were always going to go into the season with a couple of holes. Maybe that's just going to be our hole, and it is what it is. We don't have an owner who's willing to nut up for it. I kind of feel like that's the play here. We have an owner that isn't willing to go for it. So therefore, we're just going to accumulate our BPAs. David Pugh, thank you for the 4.99. Still got 6 rounds to go, people. Everyone have a good night. Just enjoy life. Trust the process. A lot of gems left that we cannot predict. You know, I'm not a big fan of trust the process, but I see the process very clearly here to me. To me, the process is clear. We're BPA all the way down. I think JSN was our BPA. He wasn't my BPA, but I do think this team had him as a BPA. Damian Kim, thank you for the $1.99. Ranked touchdowns and yards next season, DK Lockett, JSN. Probably about that order. I think it'll be that order for yards. Touchdowns. JSN might have more touchdowns than Lockett, though. Best DL prospects available for us would probably be like Keanu Benton, Ada Tomiwa Adabawore, and let's see here. Who else do I have? Keon White, maybe? Chiefs pick is in. Daniel Bailey, thank you for the $5 super chat. Eagles have the first round I wanted with worse draft capital. They treat their D-line like we treat our DB room. I prefer their route. I mean, look. All I can really say is that we must have really not liked what we saw with Jalen Carter. And I'm willing to roll with that. I have no problem rolling with that because I wasn't in the room when they met with him. Robert Henry, thank you for the $4.99. Hope for tomorrow. What 2 picks you want for round 2? At this point, I'd say Keanu Benton and maybe Drew Sanders would be nice, honestly. I don't think Levis is going to be there anymore. Levis is getting picked by the Rams or something. Pittman's the center. By the way, guys, we're at 454 likes. If we could find a way to get to 500 before the end of the stream, that would be amazing. So if you haven't liked the stream, please do so. Torrance at 52 would be all right. At that point, there's enough value. I just don't like him that much, though. I really don't. I'm not going to get excited about him. All right, 500 likes. Thank you. We did it. I know Seahawks OG, believe me. I'm aware. You think this showcases a lot of faith in Mafe? Well, yeah, and they should have a lot of faith in Mafe. He played well last year. William Weir, thank you for the $10. The way the draft is going, do you think we'll get a SS2 before D-line is addressed? I think we're done with defensive back stuff, personally. Oh, we just hit $300 in Super Chats. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it very much. Felix off. He was a guy that I liked. That sucks. I'm not putting his whole name up there, though. Okay. Thank you, Eros. I would take Simpson at 37 potentially. I would feel fine about that. I liked Felix a lot. I had him right around the back end of the first. Would not have minded him. Okay. All right. So that'll do it for the first round, people. It was quite a day. It was quite an interesting day. Billy B, I get a lot of stuff at Arby's. I don't have one guaranteed go to. Although it's unfortunate because in the summer they have their root beer float and they don't have their root beer float yet. I can get something else, but that's the only place I ever get root beer floats. All right, guys. Oh, quick reminder to everybody before you all tap out, I am going to be streaming tonight later on Twitch Jedi Survivor, which is a game that literally just comes out in about 4 minutes. So I'm going to link to my Twitch one more time. If you want to watch me play Jedi Survivor tonight, hop on in. All right. So I'm going to record the wrap-up video. Yachty at 37 would work. Benton and Jared Clark be sufficient deal picks. It would be good for nose tackle, but defensive end would still be kind of destitute. All right. All right. All right. Okay. Test. All right, guys. Day one of the 2023 NFL Draft just wrapped up a few minutes ago. The Chiefs took us home with Felix, and we are waiting now on day two tomorrow starting at 4 p.m. So the day was definitely very interesting. Definitely a lot of polarizing selections made by a lot of teams, and the Seahawks were definitely part of that. The Seahawks were they I think I know what's going on here. The reason why I can't really get upset about anything is because I know a lot of Seahawks fans are very upset right now. I know. And often when Seahawks fans don't like what the team is doing, I'm there with them because the things that they're doing are so obviously not right. But I think I know what's going on here, and I can't be upset about it. I can say that there are some players that I think they could have taken that were a little bit better than the players that they did take. I can say that there are some players that I think maybe could have done more, especially in the short term for this team. But what I can say is this. The Seahawks are following what I believe to be a pretty clear philosophy right now. They are pure, unadulterated BPA. They are following BPA as their Bible. And BPA, for those of you who don't know, stands for Best Player Available. We are drafting Best Player Available as much as we possibly can. Whatever our needs may be, whatever might make sense in our heads, they are drafting BPA. And I cannot get upset about a team drafting BPA. Now, here's the thing. BPA is subjective. What is BPA to one person will not be BPA to another person. So understand that they're taking some of these guys. I'm not saying I think they're the best players. I don't. I think at both selections, you can make an argument that there were many better players available. I had other players ranked higher on my big board, for sure. However, and this is the really important part to keep in mind here, is that a big part of that also has to do with usage. How are we going to utilize that player? How are we going to make the best with those players? And I go into the draft with a certain belief on the way the Seahawks like to do things, and I construct my big board accordingly. But then the Seahawks can always change their mind about how they do things, and I think this draft is a great example of that. 2 picks in this first round. 2 picks. We used both picks on players that, as the Seahawks were run in previous years, I don't think makes sense. However, if they choose to change the way they do things, I think it becomes at least good. Maybe not great, but at the very least good. So, number 5 comes around. Jalen Carter's there. And let me address the Jalen Carter thing real quick, because a lot of Seahawks fans are still hung up on him. Still not really over it, I think. So, I'm going to try my best to put this to rest. I'm not going to sit here and say that I can't tell you guys how to feel, but you guys got to let that. But I think you guys really need to let that one go. The Jalen Carter thing, we passed on him. The Lions passed on him. The Raiders passed on him. The Bears took the worst trade down offer I have ever seen in my life. Like generally like F- trade. A future 4th round pick, a 2024 4th round pick to move down 1 spot in the top 10 because they didn't want Carter. They didn't want Carter so much they gave away their number 9 pick so they didn't have to trade him. All right? The Eagles took him because they can afford to miss. They have such a good team, such a good defensive line, they can afford to miss on Jalen Carter. They have a GM with a massive amount of job security. They have a GM who can afford to make a mistake and still keep his job and still have a good team. That's not the situation most teams are in. So, accept that Jalen Carter was doing stupid stuff off the field, accept that we were not in the room when they had the interview trying to figure out what this guy was all about, accept that John Schneider and Pete Carroll were paying a lot of money to investigators, PIs, private detectives, looking into his past, looking into his history. Except that there's just information on Jalen Carter that we do not have and we can never have. Normally, I don't say things like this. You guys know. If I think that Pete and John are messing up, then I will call them out on it. But here, we just have to say they know better than we do and accept it. Now, that being said, you take Devon Witherspoon at number 5. And I had him kind of low on my big board because I was looking at things through the lens of a zone defense. We run zone. We've always run zone here. And I believe that as long as Pete Carroll's here, we're always going to want to run zone. So I didn't have Devon Witherspoon very high. If we ran man, or I believed that it was a high probability we were going to run man in 2023, I would have felt differently and I would have had him a lot higher because he is incredibly good in man coverage. Go look at his PFF man coverage grades if you want evidence of that. That being said, there are legitimate concerns with him. I'm not denying that. There are legitimate concerns with Devon Witherspoon, mostly revolving around his size and his arm length. Neither is great. But If we are willing to run man, we are talking about a really good tackler, a hard hitter, a ball hawk, somebody who's really good at sticking with receivers, somebody who should be an elite cornerback in man coverage. If we run zone, then I don't get the pick. Then I think it's a bad pick. I think it's a decent pick as long as we're committing to running man. And by the way, Tariq Woolen, more than fast enough to run man. So suddenly you have 2 elite man corners. You start running man coverage at least some of the time. So you've got something really special here. So we got to give them some credit there. So what I'm trying to say is, at that point in the draft, you had Jalen Carter there. Maybe you didn't want Jalen Carter because there was something about him that you just didn't trust. That's totally fine. There was Christian Gonzalez, but maybe you didn't view him as being the scheme fit that I thought that he would be because he's scheme versatile. Maybe you were looking at Witherspoon and going, well, he's much better in man, so therefore we look at him as better because that's what we're going to do this year. You were looking at maybe some of these other guys that were ranked highly like Levis. Maybe you didn't have Levis that high on your board. Or maybe you were sitting there thinking, we know something nobody else does. We can get Levis later. And by the way, Levis is still on the board. So you're looking at all that and you're going, all right, so Witherspoon is actually our best player on the board. Witherspoon's actually our number 1 player left, or at the very least in the top 3. So what I'm trying to get at here is that with that pick, whether you agree or not, I think the Seahawks took their BPA. They took their best player available at number 5. So BPA. And then you get to number 20. And you guys know that I wasn't a big fan of JSN, mostly because, and here's the thing that really needs to be understood here. This is important. Mostly because the Seahawks do not run 3 receiver sets that often. We run 3 receiver sets less than average. Well below average, I believe. We like to use 3 tight end sets more. So I was thinking, why would I want a 3rd wide receiver, a slot wide receiver, on a team that doesn't run a lot of 3 receiver sets? But then you draft JSN, who everybody knows is mostly, especially right now, a slot receiver. So what happens? Well, the only logical assumption is that the team is smart enough to realize, hey, we got to start running 3 receiver sets most of the time. 75% or more, I would say. So if the team's willing to commit to that and they're willing to do that, I think that changes the math. If you look at the big boards across the internet, just like you can with Witherspoon, you look at the big boards before the draft. Witherspoon was in the top 10 of most of them. He was in the top 10 of the aggregate, I believe. JSN was in the top 15 of the aggregate as well. So if you remove the positional qualifier, if you remove the consideration of, oh, we don't use slot receivers that much, and therefore JSN isn't really worth the pick, you remove that from the equation, and you have a guy who is almost certainly BPA at number 20. So you put all that together and you're like, yeah, this Seahawks team, they're not addressing their needs. They're drafting at cornerback and wide receiver, 2 positions that they were fairly comfortable at. But maybe they're just saying, we don't care about our needs. We want the best players. We want BPA. Over and over and over again, we're going to take BPA, going to stack up as much talent and as many good players as possible and see what happens. And I think some of this may stem from the fact that we do not necessarily have an owner that is on board with completely going for it. We don't have a long-term owner. We have an owner that is probably going to be gone in a couple years, and she's not trying to put a bunch of big long-term financial stress on this team that another owner is going to have to inherit. So that being the case, maybe we're thinking to ourselves like, okay, let's not worry about bending ourselves backwards to win the Super Bowl right now. It's probably not going to happen. It is what it is. It sucks, but I think we're just going to have to live with that for now. And let's just take the BPA. Our defensive line is going to be terrible this year. Oh, well. It's not like we're going to win the Super Bowl anyway. Like, we don't have enough financial flexibility. We don't have enough ability to do things like backloading. We don't have enough ability to use void years. We don't have those things. We can't even restructure a guy like a Tyler Lockett. So how are we going to win the Super Bowl? So let's just pile up as much talent as possible so that we're in a really good position when we get the new owner. Maybe that's the mentality here. I mean, if we were trying to win the Super Bowl this year, then yeah, maybe we just hold our nose and say, okay, we have to take Jalen Carter. We just have to do it. But because maybe we're not in that situation, we decide, you know what? Why take the risk? Let's take the player that we think is better and a more sure thing. So I don't love what we did today. I gave our picks a B minus and a B. It's okay. It's decent. I'm not sad about it. I'm not pumping my fist about it. But I believe we went for BPA on our board. We went for BPA on our board. You may disagree with that board. You may not like that board, but it's our board. And it's the board that a lot of people have. If you look at big boards across the internet, Witherspoon was a top 8 guy and JSN was a top 15 guy. JSN was a top 10 guy on PFF, I think. So I'm not saying you have to love these picks, but there are a lot of people who had the reaction of, oh, well, these picks came out of nowhere. And I don't think that's the case. I think they came out of nowhere because we were looking at things through a somewhat narrowed window. I admit I was looking at things of, okay, we're running a zone defense. We're going to run a lot of 2 receiver sets, even some 1 receiver sets. And we're trying to win the Super Bowl now and we need to fix our defensive line. Maybe that's not the case. Maybe that's not the way we're playing things. Maybe we're just going to shrug our shoulders on the defensive line for this year. Now, tomorrow, we get started at 4 o'clock p.m. I will be eating dinner on stream for those of you who are into the whole mukbang thing, I guess. You guys can come watch that. But we've got some good players remaining. Now, unfortunately, a lot of my favorite players still in the draft are secondary players, defensive backs. We already took a defensive back. I don't think we're going to take another. Will Levis is still on the board. We could get our QB of the future, who is supposed to be a top 5 pick, in the 2nd round. How amazing would that be? Getting a QB of the future without even using a top 30 pick on him. That's on the table. Trenton Simpson still out there. Darnell Washington. These are 2 of my favorite picks that we could make in this draft. 2 picks that I've really been in love with this whole time. Trenton Simpson, Darnell Washington still there. Very good chance of being there at 37. We have some opportunity to improve our front 7 still with guys like Drew Sanders, guys like Keanu Benton, who at this point is becoming kind of a must. We really need to make sure we get him. Adetomiwa Adebawore could be there at 37 as well. So there are going to be some intriguing opportunities here to pick up help at 37 and 52 and 83. It's not the draft that I necessarily expected we were going to have to this point, but I don't think it's a bad draft. I don't. I don't love it. I think we could have done a little bit better. I would have gone a different way. But at the same time, that's me speaking with the assumption of the Seahawks are going to be doing things this way. Maybe we're changing the way we're doing things. Maybe we're going to run 3 receiver sets as much as the Rams do. If we do, then JSN's going to be worth that 1st round pick. I can pretty much guarantee it. He is that good in the slot. Devon Witherspoon, I believe in a man-based scheme, would be worth a number 5 overall pick. I don't think the Jets are unhappy with what they got out of Sauce Gardner last year. And I think Sauce Gardner can be... and I think that Devon Witherspoon can have the same impact that Sauce Gardner did. So, excited to see what comes next. One final note that I want to make in kind of a macro sense. In the modern NFL, stopping the run doesn't really matter that much. At least not nearly as much as it used to. So, spending your 1st round picks on players that are designed to help you stop the run... maybe a little bit of an overreach. So when you look at things that way, I do think it makes a little more sense why we decided we were going to address our more serious needs, or at least in our mind, the higher positional value of helping our passing attack and helping our pass defense rather than focusing on trying to fix the run defense when we can do that in the 2nd and 3rd and 4th and 5th round. All right. So that's your day 1 recap. See you guys later. Go Hawks. Hope you guys enjoyed, hope you guys had fun, and hope you guys can, at the very least, understand what is going on with this team right now. See you guys later. To Go Hawks. Okay, guys. So I think that's going to be the end of the stream. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out. We still have over about 500 people here. So I'm going to go ahead and get that video posted, and then I'm going to hook up with the Hawks Nest. We are going to stream tonight on, it should be my channel. We will do the after show. And after that, I'll be on Twitch streaming Jedi Survivor. So, thank you for hanging out. See you guys later tonight. See you guys tomorrow. Appreciate